All right, so that looks like it worked. Fantastic. So, can you hear me? Is the sound okay? I think it's a bit too loud. I can turn that a bit off. So, hey everyone, nice that you have that you are here already at that early hour. So I see for the most of you are already lunchtime, Indian and Sri Lankan. Nice to see you. So let me double check the sound if everything is fine. I can't hear myself. That's not a good sign, I think. Okay, you can hear. That's the optimum. All right, so as you can see already, I'm upgrading the Flutter package. As I said, I'm not currently on the version 1.22, so we had to do that. And what I want to do today is just checking in the newest version of Flutter. So as you know, the new version has come up. And here there are a lot of changes, and with that I want to also test my new settings. So for example, my new webcam, the new Windows computer here in that background that you can see most likely. And all of that we want to somehow intervene here. And I see right now that you cannot see the same thing as I do. That is not good. So let me change that quickly. Get them. That works. You should see it. Works. Fantastic. So exactly. So you have the Flutter 1.22 version, and a lot of changes have come with that. And also, as you see, I'm currently on Windows, which is different than before for me. So we will try all of that, and I hope that works for you. And also I have to check out the chat always, and this one is a little bit off because it's on the left side of the screen. I have the right side of the screen, so don't worry if I'm looking on that side, it's just to see the chat here. Cool. So because we are upgrading right now and we cannot do so much, I would say we start with a small type raiser to get my fingers warm and ready for development. So let's check that out. And in the meantime, you can already tell me if you have some experience with the new Flutter version. So you can see my writing skills are not that good anymore because I coded the last 3 weeks, not really anymore. So I have to get coming a bit back into it. Sri Lankan goes international. Yeah, of course. Last 2 years ago, we have been 1 month in Sri Lanka. It was amazing. Especially the bus rides. I think we were in Ella and so on, so that was pretty amazing. You like the older style more than the new one? Okay. I think we can change that again if everyone sees it that way. But I'm pretty sure it was the same style, actually. Too slow. Wow, really? 10 megabytes plus for getX. I can imagine that. I don't know how the tree shake is working there, to be honest. So let's make the Flutter doctor in the meantime. I just know that getX covers a lot of topics, so I can really imagine that it's getting very big, very easily. And I see right now that there is a little flaw, so let me make that a little bit smaller. So that happens. Yeah. The Flutter plugin is not installed. Okay. Okay, I just ignore that. I think that's a bug somewhere. So, and what we will do is, of course, creating a new project. Flutter with the Flutter SDK, that's correct. And we call that Flutter v1.22 review. keep the rest like it is. That we can change to def Flutter explained. And that's all right, finish. Lower cases, of course. How could I? Good. And in the meantime, we can have a look into the website itself. So like here. And what do we want to see? So the first part is completely about targeting iOS 14, which we can ignore because we are on a Windows machine, right? So we have no chance to install the iOS 14 device stuff, and we cannot test the Xcode 12. If you want to have that covered, I can make another live stream where I work with the Mac on the side. I see right now that my cable is a bit dangling, but that's fine. Okay, and then we have the bottom line. Cool, that's important, that's true. And we have these in-apps, which sounds very interesting. That's like PWAs, this app clips part from iOS. I'm really looking forward to test that around. Then we have the Android 11. This release of Flutter also consists of Android 11, so that we can try also with these different notches. I think that would be great if we have there the right device installed to see something like that. So like that punch hole, for example, or waterfall edges. I think all of that we can test if we install the right device. So let's see if we have the SDK manager or AVD for Android virtual device. So the font size should be fine, or yeah. How about the frame rate? That looks fine. Good. So where's the AVD manager? So you see, the first time on another machine is always a challenge because stuff is not working out of no reasons. Settings. I would expect to have the AVD up there, but it's not, so doesn't start up. Okay, so let's try to restart the IntelliJ. I've also Android Studio installed, so we can also try it with that one. That is not really one. Okay, really? So what does split per API does? Never. In tools you will have the AVD. Okay, so let's try it here. Finally. Okay, so we have currently the Pixel A3, so the question is which of the devices has actually such a hole punch or this top bottom notch? Thank you, Minu. I think we have it. So we can create a virtual device and let's see, do we have somewhere here an image of it? No. Okay, so we have to Google for it. So top notch Android. Pixel 3 XL. Okay, so Pixel 3 XL will have this notch on top, so we can try that as an example. And I think, no, I have the smaller one installed. So let's create the 3A XL. Is it the correct one? To restart that one. 3XL. Oh, so not A, this one. Okay, I will install it with the newest version of Android. That will be R. So you can see the machine was not running all the time, so it took a while to get everything set up. Wow, 27 views already with 9 likes. Thank you so much. That is amazing. I really hope that everything works well with the new stream. Hey AKS, long time no see. How are you? We really have to work again on the Flutter website to get your design ideas inside. Has the free packs API case. Okay, I really have to check out more about releasing an app. I think there are a lot of commands that you can do. And I know that Android, for example, has this specific bundle where you can create smaller parts and you just get the iteration, also the new stuff inside. But it looks like the getX or your application had get some problems with the tree shaking if you have so much stuff left from getX inside of your application. Is that so, Minu? So if I'm going to Flutter release, no, that's not it. So we're signing the app, key tools, references, configure the signing, that's all right. Shrinking the code with VR. So this is the app bundle build, right? Or the APK build. Building the app for APK. Build an app bundle. Flutter build app bundle. Will be signed. At this point, you will consider making obfuscating. Yeah, so you will have to build the app bundle to create it with the right tree shaking and everything. And here's that command that Minu told us, split per ABI. I will share the link with you guys then. What's the message latency? Latency? For what should I use VS Code? And I don't want to use VS Code, to be honest, so... Go faster. Yeah, finally. All right, so we installed R, and with that, we should have here a notch testing device. Cool. So if we start that one up, I really hope that we see now. Open an existing project. That would be this guy. So much messages. What's going on? So the first startup will take a second because the Android and everything has not been initialized. Cool. And here I think I have to update the... so strange to work again with Windows. Settings. Oh. My Persian keyboard was there for a second, so let's try it again. Settings. Get you the right font size that you can read something actually. That's correct, and we want to have it in the editor and the appearance. We use Fira code. I should have called that stream setup of IntelliJ and work dev environment. And here we also changed the Fira code. 16. So, it's still a bit too small, I think. ABDs are not at all a good idea. Why? And no, it's not the newest version of Android Studio, because I know that there is a problem with the installation of, let's everything a bit bigger. I think that should be fine. Yeah, we can do also this. I know that there is a problem with Flutter Doctor at the end. Oh. So leave that out, getting some rid of it. So fantastic. I hope you can read that, everything. And the ABD is also start up, that's good. And now if we set up a save area in the main.dart. Wait, the plugin of Flutter and Dart is missing, I think. So let's check that out. Usually I'm working with IntelliJ, so that is the problem. Now my Android Studio is not up to date. Cannot find Flutter. What? What is going on? Okay, sorry for that, but what you can see is this notch up here, which shows more or less this notch. And what we can try now is if we hide the top bar and we'll show our app bar, this notch shouldn't be visible or should not be taken from the Flutter framework. You cannot get real-time experience because of the... You cannot get the real-time experience? I don't get that. I see here right now that I have the stream latency. Oh, I'm sorry for that. You are 30 seconds behind, that's the problem. I set up the stream wrongly. That is my sorry, apologies. I would have to restart the stream to change that, I think, so... I thought I set up everything correctly, but as you know. So, but this time we have the plugins here. Marketplace, we search for Flutter. Better. Install the Dart and this guy. We can also install internationalization because we need that. Restart. So, and this should be the last restart, and then everything should work fine. What I also can do is making my this guy a little bit smaller. Bringing this a little bit lower. So. Using A will relax the real-time experience of app. Yeah, that's true, but I don't have a real-time experience right now, and I don't have an I don't have a phone with a notch, so I cannot try it on the device. So, or should I put my face on the bottom? I think I'm not that important, so we can put that down. Get this phone up. I think that looks a bit better. Like so, yeah. So. First life experience after a while, so apologies. Cool. All right, but what we want to try is if I'm starting now up the Flutter application. Also, this will take the first time a little bit longer. And if we jump now to the home page, this home page should, do that. We have that create, we have the increment counter app bar, and I think here if we add now the save area, we shouldn't get a problem with the app bar anymore. So if this guy is wrapped in a save area, what will happen? So, and after that, if we have taken a look how these notches are working, then I want to go further because also this part looks very interesting. If we have a form and we show the keyboard, then it should move up smoothly. Uh-oh. The first startup. I'm a bit bad prepared today. I'm very sorry for that. So it will take all time of the world to start everything up and install everything. So what do we have else in the topic? No enable Android embedding v2, okay. The new buttons are very interesting, I think, with the new text style buttons, where we can talk about these, that the old widgets like flat button, raised button and outline button will not get removed, but they get new brothers, more or less. So the flat button will be changed to a text button, raised button to elevated button, outline button to outlined button. And the interesting part, they all get new themes for that. And the reason is that they want to align more to the material stack, design stack. So if you have never been on this page, you should have, because here you get all the information how Flutter and or material design should behave in general. And you can read a lot about it, like where you should add buttons, they should be findable. Also sometimes how much space you need to have between the buttons or something like that. It's very interesting, especially if you look into, for example, snack bars. I think they have a lot of recommendations what you should do there. So I can share the article, of course. It's a good point. Thank you, Minu. That's this one. And the snack bars you will find here. Voila. And yeah. Then we have new internationalization. It seems that if we use now the ARP files, we have now hot reload in place that I want to try. Then the newest version of Google Maps and WebView. Navigator 2.0, I think you heard from it. Remy is very upset with it, so I'm not sure what he is creating now, but he said he wants to create a package for the Navigator because, yeah, he has some flaws with it and he don't like the approach, how it is now. Really curious what there happens in the future. So we have now the Navigator widget, and the Navigator widget contains pages. Interesting. Okay. I have checked the Windows version actually, but currently on the desktop part I have some, oh that's wrong, sorry for that, FVM Flutter. But at the moment I have some problems with FVM in general. So whenever I start up my FVM on the terminal, I get some big problems there. So FVM leads to a kernel problem. So I most likely have to restart the whole thing. But on the other side, pub is also not findable. So maybe my Dart SDK is not set correctly. Flutter is working, right? Yeah, so maybe I have a problem with pub path variable. So let us check pub cache we have, pub hosted, so environment. I should change my Windows to English, I see right now. So we have the FVM set, but do we have also the path for Dart set? App data pub cache, so this is the pub cache, I assume. Pub hosted, this is everything. Okay, but I see that there is Flutter inside, but here's no Dart inside. So let's check where we find the Dart version. I think that was under cache, Dart SDK. And add also this guy. So if we have now a new PowerShell, for example, we should be able to execute pub. No? Ah, Dart pub. Okay, fantastic. So Dart pub global deinstall FVM. Close enough. Deactivate. And the newest version of FVM contains now the great desktop version that he shows us. And that works pretty fine, I think. You can change a lot of stuff, and you have all the things in directories and so on. So I highly recommend to take a look into it if you don't know, or if you don't like to work with the CLI tools in general. I know that we have it inside of Dart and Flutter, but I can imagine that Windows handles that stuff a little bit different, but it's no problem. I think it should work now. So let's see. Ah, now FVM is working again. So what we can do is list the FVM stuff, master and stable, fantastic. And then we can use it again. And this guy, I think if we have that for Windows, download for Windows. I'm not sure if you have allowed it. Yeah, so we have to set up some stuff here. But this is also something where you can take a look into. It looks very interesting. And it's written in Flutter, of course. Good. How does it work? Ah, fantastic. Here we are. Yeah, so the save area drops everything down. This is not what I wanted actually to try. So let's remove this save area once more. Okay, and now this part should not be able to push. So you can see that the app bar automatically drops down to the lower level. So how could we test that now if this stuff is working? Or is that intended? Is that now the goal that we wanted to have? Hey Papadon, very well, and you? So let's see what we have to read, because what I thought is, or does it not work with the app bar, that the app bar automatically drops down? That could be. So if we have, you can see it automatically drops everything down, so this is on purpose. Interesting, okay. So it identifies now this part as a problem and drops everything down to that line here more or less and adds some background color to it. Okay. Remove the app bar, okay. I think that will not change anything here, that context, or it does. Oh, fantastic, cool. So what we can try is, instead of using a column here, we could use a very stretched button. How can we do that the easiest way? Move that part. Creating something like we have here a column, and inside of this column we create row. This row has children, and here inside we can have like multiple buttons. Like let's take the new buttons if we are on it. So text button, elevated button, and I think the last one was outlined button. And all of them has a pressed and a child, exactly. Up. Oops. And last but not least, so, and let's change this to elevated button. And outline button. And the onPressed will be just a method. So will be just an empty void callback, because I don't want that they are automatically deactivated. Because if you don't pass in an onPressed method, it will automatically deactivate the button. Okay, so we can see now we have these, and we don't have a safe area for them. Is that true? So what happens if I say here safe area? It pushes them out. Okay. So, but the button itself will stay underneath them, but they are not clickable anymore. Okay. To be honest, I thought this is the same behavior like before. I would expect that from safe area in general, so... Huh. Really? Okay. That's pretty harsh. So does it work for you without WhatsApp and Facebook? I can imagine that a lot of your friends and everything get a bit shocked, or because SMS was a very big shock for everyone else that I know. So bring that up a little bit. So on the initial template, I always remove all comments for the cleanest workspace. Yeah, that's true. And you should actually, I like the I think VS Code has a fantastic option here. They have like remove all comments. But I think we don't have that here. That's something we really need for IntelliJ. So I think that should be everything. I think there's also an option or a possibility to change the initial template so that you don't always create all these documentation surrounding it. So, okay, so is that everything that did with the save area here? That looks a bit weird, because we have that notch, okay. Save insides of Android notch at cutout and edges of waterfall displays. This is where a photo would go, lorem ipsum. Okay, yeah, I knew that I can use the save area for that, so there is nothing new, I assume. So use a save area if you have these problems. I think that's the solution for this. Redo that. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, of course it's about Android 11. I think I am on Android R, right? So that should include Android 11, right? So if I'm looking here, we are Android 10 plus. So do you think I'm on the wrong version here still? I'm not even on Android 11, you're right. Huh, interesting. Can I install an AVD Android 11 already? Is that possible? You can get in any of these ways. Get an OTA update on system images. Set up an Android emulator to run Android 11. Configure to Android 11 is a great service, blah blah blah. Install latest preview build of Android Studio. The latest preview build. The problem is that the preview builds will not work with Flutter. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit unlucky. I mean, we can try it. What do you think? We don't have Android 11 officially. Yeah, that's what I read here right now. So what we would have to do is we had to upgrade our version to the Canary build. And then we would get that, I think. So we could try that. Android 4.2 Canary build, and I think this guy will include then what did I read? Configure Android emulator. You can get the setup emulator, the latest preview build, yeah. I know it's for Android 11, change it, blah blah blah. Yeah, this is the Canary version, yeah. Okay, so we can try that, but on the other hand, I think for the notches, if this is really just for the waterfall marks that we find here, it's just for that part, I think we can keep that. Okay, but let's try this other part here with that. It's also Android 11. Huh. Or here's 122. We can try that at least. We can create like a small small part, and if it doesn't work with that, so if our form will not nicely navigate or getting up push, then we will install the other part. No, I didn't cover the Navigator 2.0 yet. Please reduce latency. Meanwhile, if I want to reduce the latency, I have to end the stream completely, I think, and I have to restart the stream. I can try that, but it would be a bit unlucky. Or we restart it, yeah. Maybe that's a good idea. Is it that annoying? Then I can... Hey, Boan. Okay, so let's create us... let's create us a form quickly. I think that should be easy. And with that, we can try if this is working. So, like so, and text field. Getting some order here inside. Let's create some more. And this column should be main axis alignment in the center. Good, and give it some padding just that it looks nice. Fantastic. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, here it works already, right? So the animation pushes that up and this looks nice and smooth and not anymore that haspeled. Cool. So if we have in that column here maybe some text. Yeah. That's true, Minu, yeah. The problem is if I do that right now, we would lose the whole connection and I have to re-establish it, and I don't know if this is good. Maybe for the next time, if this is okay for you, I will change that again. It's a bit unlucky this time. But if I have to stream now the whole day, could be unhappily. Okay, but anyhow, this update here with that text areas and this moving up works already pretty fine. Whenever we update the keyboard, it automatically jumps up here and it's going smooth. Before it was like jumping around. That's pretty cool. What we can do is, I hope at least, to improve the performance, not with coverage, but I think we can run it with the specific profile mode, right? That it's getting faster. Let's check that out. I think we can use Flutter run profile. It's not supported, then we have to use a real device. Do I have an Android device somewhere? Then we could do that. But then I have to set it up. I think that's a bit too much. Unlucky. Sorry for that. All right. And I see right now that my face is right above the... could be here, and this guy goes a bit up. To the side, like so, maybe. So. Cool. Okay, so this is this problem that has been inside. Fantastic. A year later, after 80% use the new Android APIs, that's fantastic. This is the part with the embedding API, right? So when you want to try to talk with the Android underlying parts. Okay, so this is getting deprecated, we know that. So the new buttons, I don't see a big difference on them. What was the purpose? Existing buttons look good, but can be hard to use. Has begun to include new buttons with new styles. To keep Flutter up to date with the material guideline, we are happy to announce the universe of buttons in 1.22. Blah blah blah, we created new buttons. No backwards compatibility problems, okay. As Rena adopted, okay. There's a breaking change, okay. So it is more a thing for theming these different button parts, right? So we have these outline buttons. They have now style on pressed. They have now styled form and so on. You can also add there like these stadium border. Interesting, okay. So we have a style form for these buttons. Where can we do that? We have the padding, we have a column. So inside of here we create a row. Children. It's part of the children, of course. Here we want to have it. And here inside we will have again the three buttons first, so outline button. Voila. Then we have the new text button, right? Text form field also same. Text form field is exactly the same like text field. The only difference if you use a text form field. Sorry for the delay to the answer. So if you use the text form field, you usually have something like a form surrounding the whole thing. So now you can set up a form key somewhere, and then you can read the different values out of that and also can validate these parts with a form key value. And then you can validate them easier. But because we just want to try a little bit around, I just use the text field because they are not that, they don't have that much logic, and yeah, super easy to use. Good, outlined. And the last button was the text widget, shape buttons, text button, elevated button, yeah. So elevated button on pressed. And we have a child here inside, right? Oops. text button and the outline button. Cool. So we have our buttons, fantastic. Creating here just a sized box with a height of, I don't know, 20 maybe. So getting some space, and this row can be in the main axis alignment also centered. Center. Good. All right, so we have these buttons, and because the text button would look at the beginning a bit better. So, and now they have also the option to get like dot something, right? Style from. Okay, what does style from does? Let's read a bit the documentation. Aesthetic convenience method that construct an outline button. Given simple values, the primary and on-surface color are used to create a material state property in the same way of the default style of uses in color scheme colors with the same names. Okay. To specify the color of the button's text and icons as well as the overlay color used to indicate the hover, focus and pressed state. Use on-surface to specify the button's disabled text and icon colors. Okay, so with that we can set up the colors, but how does it work with the text and so on? So if we go back to the dark material part, so here, we can now say the style from, elevate button theme, text button theme. Ah, this is for the theming, okay. This is just for the theming, and then you get the style from style. Default buttons unpressed, outline theme, text button from style. Text button with icon, okay, that's still like before, but this is just for the theming. So this part here with the style from is just for theming. And if we want to use that, we can also use it with an icon. Then we have to pass down the icon and the label, I think. So this could be label and icons dot, we can, I think we have to give an icon inside with the icons data AC unit, for example. Yeah, right. Okay, so we have this in place and that part. And if we want to theme that now, they do that specifically in the build method text color button state. In December. Oh. Ah, all right. This has to do with this guy. Okay. Hey there, Biswapti. How to write white color in primary swatch and theme data widget. Good question. Let's check that out. So if we want to take a look how this will work, so we would create, or I would create for that a theme data, right? So we have theme.dart. I don't know, we would return a theme data. Let's call that main theme. And what I would do here is I would make a theme data dot, for example, light, and then I would say copy with and override whatever I wanted to override. So, and you want to override the swatch, right? That's a good question. So how can we override swatch here? First we have to use that theme, of course. So theme data would be this main theme. Okay, maybe the primary, does it have the swatch actually? Color scheme from So if you want to override the swatch, you will have to override the color scheme. Color scheme. Theme data.light.color scheme, copy with primary, and you get the color that you want. Like for example, colors.white. I think that would be the way how you would do it. Hey Valentine, nice to see you here around. White is not material color. Well, maybe I don't really understand the question that you have, but white is just a color, right? Why should it not be a material color? If you want to define your own swatch, you can do that, right? So as far as I know, the color swatch is just an element, right? What you can do is say theme data.light. What does contain the swatch? Primary, text theme, icon theme, brightness. I'm completely off topic, guys. What do we do? So we will talk about that maybe in another session, but at the moment I just want to try not to change too much. So let's go back here, revert these changes. There is the primary swatch set. So, and you want to do that white, right? All right. So you have to create your own color, most likely, right? And you have to create this material color yourself. So what you can do is, for example, you can take all of that. Sorry, I'm again off topic. And what you can try is taking this guy. Don't have to make it static, but we need the material color. We import that. Blue primary value, we can check where this comes from. So you go here, check where this guy comes from. It's just a color code that you have. And we can use that for our own swatch. So for example, like that. And after that, you can set up your own colors that you want. So you can have this guy, or you can say this is, for example, 0xFF, and then you take white as your own color. Sorry, white is of course this guy. So, and then you can set up your own swatch and you can call that white, for example. Now you have created your own material color that you can directly use here. So if we want to use that material color, we have to, just white. White, and import it from the library, that's it. And then of course you have to change all the color states like you want. If you want to have it like all white, then you have to create an all white swatch for yourself. I think that should work. Did it change anything? Not even sure. Because the primary is not white, so this guy. So now it's changed. Okay, but with that you created your own material color, and with that you can change that. But this was off topic, I'm sorry for that. Let's swap that back to colors blue, just to make it beautifully. Great, and also maybe add some spacing between these guys. So for that we will say instead of center we can say space around. Yeah, and then they have a little bit air to breathe. Okay, but these are the different buttons, and now let's see how we can theme them. So there seems to be an elevated button theme, and it behaves a little bit different. We have then data inside, and then we can have the button itself and say style from. So how does that look here inside? So if we have our own theme, so create const theme, which is theme data.light, and we say copy with. Is that correct? text button theme. Yeah, so then there inside we have a text button theme with data. This is again theme data.light.text button theme.copy with. No, cannot. Okay, so we have to create our own text button. Wait, text button theme. Ah, this is already the theme for the text button. Okay, so this guy has a data and text button theme data. On the side of here we have the button style, and then you can just use any text button dot style from. And now I can just change the color. So like primary, I don't know, colors dot red. No, he don't like that. Okay, don't make that const. The argument of text button theme can't be assigned to parameter type. Text button theme data. Ah, this wants to be a text button theme data. Aha, okay. But the rest is working correct. Clean it up a little bit. Like so. And we have space again. Okay, so if this is true, our button should have changed, right? So red, text button style, primary is red now. No, he didn't care. Because I didn't set up the theme as my main theme. So let's jump up here. Here we have the theme data. Let's import the theme. And now it's the primary color is red. Okay, fantastic. And in order to keep our theme running, we just copy these two guys and bring them over to the other theme. Light theme, here we go. And I think if we change here the primary color, oh, interesting. Why is it overwritten now? Ah, because we didn't use the theme. Okay, so fantastic. We have our button, we have a change to the other theme. So this has changed a little bit. We have now these different text button theme, and so on here inside. There is not anymore the button theme. Ah, this is also still existing. So how does this still work? If we have the button theme here, button color, do we have the text buttons here? No. All right, so this button theme is not used anymore for the new buttons, I think. And how outlined button? And we had fantastic. So all of them have now their own theming. So we can manipulate them more concisely here in one place. Good. And then start from. Cool. I like the idea. So then let's swap to internationalization. Next topic. So the last time that I used a I18N and L10N was quite some time ago. So let's have a look how we can do that. So the most important part if you work with internationalization in IntelliJ is that you set up the Flutter Internationalization as a plugin. I think I have done that already, but let's just double quickly check. And we have this Intel package, fantastic. So with that we can, I think, initialize international Flutter, no, wrong, Flutter Intel. And now we can initialize the project. No colors, okay. It activates Intel utils for us, so we don't have to care about these. Downloads all the stuff. Okay, so it generates the first part and that's it. And now you can see we have in our lib folder 2 new folders generated where the L10N happens and the Intel EN ARP. And if you check the main file, I think we have to update here a little bit. So in order to use this file here and to use this internationalization, we have to set up the delegates. And because I don't know that out of my head, we search for Flutter here. And do I have... Yeah. So, change the music a little bit, sorry for that. Was just very loud for myself. So let's search for Flutter Internationalization. Then we find this cool part. And I'm looking for the delegates. So in our material app, we have to say the localized delegates and the supported locals. And what do we need else? Let me check. Using the bundle local. I thought this generation creates us a delegate, right? App localization delegate. And now in our material app, we have to use this delegate, localization delegates, which is an array. Like so. These guys are still red. What happens? It cannot find the Intel package. Is it added to our pubspec.yaml? It is not. Flutter Intel, yeah. But I think the Intel package is still missing, so we have to download that too. So pub.dev, searching for Intel. And here we go. Get. Good. Now this stuff should be green. Fantastic. Made by localized. Exactly. Now we have EN and all. And if I'm right, we should be also already able to use this stuff. So if we import s dot up. Current. Wait, we have to create this stuff. So for that instance, we can use this Flutter delegate. And I just want to have a look. Yep. So it's just a basic JSON, this messages. Here we go. And if I'm adding now here, for example, title, and add the string, the generator of Flutter Intel is running. Complaints quickly, and after that we will find here the messages, and here's the title now inside, and we can reuse that immediately. So, and if this is the case, we should be able now to import here the s part, s.current.title. Reloading. The only problem that could happen is that we have to say that this is not anymore the title itself, that this will be asynchronously loaded, but I think it should work. So let's see if we make this guy up. And at the moment we only have one translation, which is not, of course not helpful, but if we change, for example, adding German, yeah, DE. Yeah, from now on we have now two files here. So if I change here the title to something else, like, yeah, Flutter Demo Applikation. Let's make it very German, that everyone understands. Okay, now we have these two parts. And the title of the homepage should now be changed. And currently we don't really use that title. So what I would like to do in order to see that, we will create an app bar with the title. And we use widget.title. The argument string cannot be passed. Yeah, that makes sense because this is a text, and inside of the text we have widget.title. And I think we have to restart the app. Oh, my coffee is empty. But it's really good to be back on live stream, guys. I really love that because finally I have the time again to rediscover a little bit Flutter, because in the last couple of weeks I mostly did React and had not so much time to work again with typed languages, and it feels so good to be back. Really, it's the best tools ever. It was called on null. Yeah, so this is what I expected. So what we want to do is removing that, creating that, because I think that delegate. And what we can do is also make this stateless. Not stateless widget. And remove the counter. This can be gone. And here inside we will use the delegate itself by current.title. So what is going on? Increment counter is somewhere used. Okay, so F2 and remove. I think we don't need that floating button anymore. Good. So Flutter demo homepage, all right. So this works now for the English version, right? So let's swap our device. Flutter demo. The first part that I want to try is if I change that now, the hot reload should cover, right? So hot reload translation. If I save, generate the into file, it has changed. Okay, and hot reload. Okay, it seems not to work like I expected that. But they use VS Code, maybe that is the reason. You need to internationalization of your apps. To upload your app as you add new L10N information. If you like more about including localized. Ah, okay, so they shared the user guide. Let's see. Text app localization of Hello World. Okay, so this is a bit different than before. Maybe there has more changes to it than I thought. Okay, so let's add this part too. To our app files. With that we specify the language of that file so that the transpiler will understand that immediately. So generate that stuff, okay. And maybe I use that S part, but maybe this is not correct anymore. So app localizations of Hello World. JSON format art files. Which is Hello World. Hello World, Hello World. Ah, there's just a description. Okay. Setting up international. Flutter create. Okay, we have done that. The I18N dependencies to your pubspec.yaml. Create a new configuration file, localization called l10.yaml. Okay, so maybe it doesn't work anymore with the plugin. Maybe I made a big mistake. So let's remove that plugin for now. And this is a highlight for me because that is very important. I can create a getX related video, and I will do that in the future because I have there some ideas, but the problem is I have a very strong opinion about that topic. So I don't know how unbiased I can be as I try to all other packages. You don't think it will update because of stateless widget, but hot reload should understand that something has changed. So I think the problem is that I use the plugin, and the plugin uses another approach to identify the stuff, and we have to use this user guide that I will share in the comments now. And in this user guide, they explained it on a whole different level that we have to change that. So for example, that L10N YAML file is completely new. I think that never was there before. And then there is a file lib L10N app enarp. So also this has changed a little bit. So it's more specific now. I'm not sure about this i18n dependency, if this is living in pub.dev. So i18n dependency. Muha dev. Is this really from another? Or is it this guy? So it seems not completely clear what this i18n dependency is, to me at least. Create a new configuration file for localization called il10n. This was a YAML file, right? So inside of here, we create a new configuration file now. Is it I? No, L. .yaml. Okay. Create a new template message catalog. lib l10n and then apparp. lib. I will just add that now in the same directory and folder structure, but I think you can select that yourself. Ah, it's already there. Ah, fantastic. So app enarp, so we have that in place. When the application is run, a new class that provides access to the message catalog will be generated automatically. You will import this class. And now we are jumping into the right steps here. Okay, update the Flutter project pubspec YAML to include the Flutter localizations and Intel packages. Okay, so I assume the Flutter Internationalization is not there yet, right? So we have the Intel yet, but this guy is missing. Or do we have that down here somewhere? No, it's just that it is enabled. Okay, fantastic. So pub.dev, search for Flutter localizations. Okay. I have the bad feeling I don't find the right tooling here. Ah, it's like that. Okay, so we add this now. Will be part here. It is inside of the SDK version already. Okay, that's the reason. Good. That one's wrong. And by code that in your parser add the following. Okay, so this is the localization part. We have the Intel part. Ah, have to be careful where I write. In the root directory of your application, create that L10 file. Okay, so here we discover the ARP directory file, the template file name. Okay, and output localization name. Okay, so we add that to our L10n YAML. Template ARP file app enarp. Okay. Output localization file app localization.dart. Okay. Very curious where this leads us. Specifies the directory where the tool expects to find input files. Okay, got that. in the ARP directory. Okay. Output localization file defines the main Dart class file that the tool will generate and your application will import. But the tool will be generated in ARP dir. Okay. So there is an ARP directory somewhere. Maybe in the future. Create the app.dir directory and template ARP file specific in the top level L10 YAML file. Catalog for one convenience local, which defines all of the messages that the application supports. File name for all ARP files cannot contain underscores other than to describe the local. To parse out the language, country and script codes for each ARP file. Sample English, the name of each message, blah blah blah. Okay, fantastic. So what we can do now is we should create the ARP directory, and as far as I understood, we have to create this directory here in the top level. And this ARP directory supports file names for the cannot contain underscores other than the existing. So underscore en, underscore de would work. Okay. So what I will do is I will take these two files and move them here. Or is that correct? Ah, no, wait. Slowly. This is ARP there. So that is in the lib.ltn. So we have these two files already. We don't create this guy. This is wrong. Okay. We have done that already. Integrate the automatically generated localization file. Okay, the final setup is to import the generated. The problem is that this one has not generated yet. So, but what I can do is getting these two parts here. So, this class doesn't exist yet. Now we have to generate. The question is, it tells me that it will generate that, so I will not do that. I want to run first the app once and hope that this will generate the file. To generate localization code without having the Flutter generated flag turned on, check pubspec and ensure that the Flutter generate true has added and rebuilt the app. Okay, so let's go to the pubspec. And I assume that will be like here. We will have the Flutter, I don't know, never have done that with the Flutter generate flag turned on. Something here. Generate. The tool generates blah blah blah. So pubspec YAML. No. Rebuild the project. Flutter generate flag turned on. Can I just generate true? I don't know. And let's start that. Oh yeah, no. The template ARP file localized d blah 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 L10n is not readable. Please ensure that the user has read permissions. Okay. App. Because I am making a mistake. This is not app en. This is for me Intel en ARP. And try it again. Perfect. Thank you, Nemenko. Yeah, that's absolutely true. ARP file for rollback DE does not exist, even though the following locals exist. Okay, so there needs to be a fallback. So this is possible with that DE, but it needs a fallback file, and this one is just with the DE part. So for example, if you have a like Austria, Germany, and so on and so forth. Still not happy. Yeah, because this guy has the wrong local inside. Slowly we'll reach the goal. Thank you for subscribing, Amarildo de la Carte. Resource attribute title was not found. Please ensure that each resource has a corresponding resource. Okay, so most likely I will have to create an add title, which is an object, I assume, with like description and so on and so forth, if I have read that correctly. Where is it? Yeah, here. So we have that add hello world, which describes it, for example, closer. Description. This is a description. And I think this is just necessary for the EN version because this is our reference file. There's a comma missing. See detailed report, untranslated message option. Okay. All messages that need to be translated. So currently I'm working with that as current. I think that is a problem and will not work as I expected. Now we have to add these two parts into our material app. Because what happens now, hopefully after that has built, we should see here somewhere a generated file. Yeah, this was called a null, that makes sense. Question is now, where is that file generated? In the L10M we have this app localization Dart. I actually had expected that this lives now here inside. No. No. So what do we see here? Event sent after app closed, running Flutter pub get. Event sent after, yeah, tries to access title which is not there. Use untranslated. Okay, that didn't work like I expected. So these are the two, and I want to import that, but it doesn't exist, right? Okay, so let's try running Flutter run with this guy. Okay, cannot find the whole thing. So I remove that part and replace it with a string that it just works. Has someone an idea why that's not generate? That's weird. The final setup step is to import. Okay, I cannot do that because it's not created. By the tool will be generated in ARPDIA. Ah, here's the generate true. That was what I missed. Okay, but we have that now. That works. So actually here inside there should be now this new file, that class that we wanted to generate. The extension generates and maintains file. Sample English message catalog. Yeah, we have that. Okay. Of context. By default, the name of the class is app localization. Ah, it lives somewhere else. In Dart tools, Flutter Gen LTN. Aha. So it will tell me that this exists somewhere else. We just import that now. Nope. Flutter Gen L10 options. Okay, let's try that. App.en is not readable. Why does it try to access App.en? lib.l10. I thought I changed that. But to stick with the, let's try to change that back to app.en. Just to stick with the tutorial, right? So app.en. And also change these to app.de, and I think this guy can be gone for now. Let's run that once more. To see a detailed report, use the untranslated messages file. Localization of the file that describes the localization have not been translated yet. We'll create a JSON file at the target location. Okay, following format. If this option is not disabled, specify a summary message. An ARP, yeah. Okay, so it seems that we cannot generate them, and the problem here is that we need these So we have that untranslated message file somewhere. Inside the root folder of the app, you should have a .dart folder, tool folder. Yeah, that's true, but I don't see that. Maybe this is an invisible folder. Would be an option, but oh, there it is. It's just IntelliJ doesn't pick it up. That's interesting. And the problem, because IntelliJ doesn't pick it up because it's invisible, right? So that means if I make here dir, we can see it exists. Ah, yeah. All right. So how can we change that? Find in path? Can I? No. I think I have then to change something on here. Reload on disk. No, it just doesn't get it that there is an invisible folder. Open module settings, maybe here. Yeah, so this guy is excluded, and what we have to do is adding it. It's not excluded. So, and now it is here, and I think from now on we can also find it. And again, a point for Visual Studio Code, because I could imagine that you don't have these problems with that. So, and now, thanks to this generation, oh, cannot include it. Gen L10. Okay, here are all created. So actually it worked. So, but he don't want to import it now. Next step, next problem. But thank you, Nemeko. Import app. Flutter localization, Flutter, no. Okay, I'll remove that generated part. I cannot import them because they are in Dart tools. Do I have to specify where they have to land? Okay, so this means that the generated code will not be checked into version control. Okay. That means this .dart is, or Dart tools should be in git ignore, right? Yeah, here we go. So it is not part of it. That's why it's getting excluded directly from IntelliJ. Dispatch class. The only problem why I can't import it now. This is the reason why I tried to restart once, because you never know. I'm not the only problem. Is added manually, but one strange thing remains. I write app and pull up the... Yeah, it could be that this seems to be a problem. Oh. Skip. I think now we are on the Canary version. In between we downloaded the newest version from Android. Yeah, so we are on V2 now. That was a mistake, I think, because the Canary version doesn't work with Flutter anymore. So in the meantime, I update on release again. Should be very easy. Yeah, here's just problems. Okay, yeah. Okay, go away. Close that off. Never do something in the background. But the good thing is, it is very easy to switch back. Or is it? Yeah. Don't delete the directories, I would like to use it. Okay, so I have to import it manually and then it does work. Okay. Ignore updates after it. Okay, I made a mistake. Sorry for that. You know what? I will make a 5-minute break while this is installing and we'll grab me a new cup of coffee. And I think it's already done. But I think the coffee idea is still a good idea. So open existing project. We have it on D. No, I want to finish that off before I take a coffee, I think. At least to generate automatically the stuff because it worked already, right? We just have to use it correctly now. And all settings has been done. What a settings. Mondart, Vivek, we use custom font, Fira code. Medium, we update it to 22, apply. Okay, maybe we update that to 20. And the editor, general font, we use Fira code medium on 22 and we use font literatures. So great, go away, go away. Dart tools, lib, main.dart. Somehow it kicked all my plugins. Update, accept. Update. Flutter. Now I have the newest version. Yeah, that's true. At least one benefit. Loaded that up. Fantastic. L10N. Dart tools. We have the generic files. Get rid of that. Okay, but now let's try to indexes. That was the only reason I restarted the application actually, to make the indexing once more. Now this folder got excluded, but we cannot exclude that. So cancel the exclusion. I don't know if we need the build folder actually, so we maybe exclude that one. Mark directory as excluded, but we need the generation here. So, okay. And if I say now here, no, that doesn't work. Here we have a problem. Yeah, because this guy is not importable. Now we say that we want to have what would be the type of, how can I import that actually? Actually, I can call it package and then it is not Flutter, right? So maybe Flutter v122 preview and then Flutter gen maybe gen l10n app localization. Nah, that will not work, I assume. I didn't expect it that this is so heavy. I write app localization. So let me check if I'm opening that up in Visual Studio Code. Ooh, I don't have Visual Studio Code installed. That is also horrible. Nope. I just want to see the import. The document says import package fluttergen. Ah, does it? Ah, perfect that I've got you. So where is that? Up here. Aha. Thank you for that. So let's try that. Fluttergen. Okay. Ah, now it's green. Okay, so it works. What happens if I remove that once more? Do I can I? No. Okay, so it is really not findable by Dart. So I think we should have there. It's good that we try that, because now we can go for the Flutter IntelliJ plugin, GitHub. Yes, Amish, we are currently at the internationalization topic from Flutter 1.22, and we are having, or we had some problems with the import. Import Flutter Gen. To produce localization gallery, and when I want to import my localization, Alt Enter, wrongly written. There's no recommendation for import. Is there a fix on the way? Manually, can you answer this question? But thanks. Okay, so give that a thumbs up so that people are talking about that. So highly recommend everyone give that thing a thumb up. That we get that inside. On deck milestone, yeah. So trying to get them some more information so that they understand the problem, even though I think they got that already. So preview. Yeah. I really love IntelliJ. I work now since 6 years or something with it, and I work also with Visual Studio Code from time to time. That is not the case, but there are just too many premium features for it, so I don't want to abandon it. So I think that's all right. Or for a moment I scared you became silent, that whether my internet had gone. It's just that when I'm thinking, then I'm sometimes a bit too silent, I know. Okay, fair enough. So this is going on, localization, now we know that. The problem is now, because it's great if you have one file, but it could be really a problem if we have multiple files and so on, because now when we ask for, now we say off context and then we can ask for the title, right? So this should work now. Let's run that up. Make this guy a bit smaller so that you can, wait, I think in Windows you can put that on the left side somehow, like this. This, and we get the emulator here. So yeah, so I upgraded the version and got to the computer down, because my computer or my PC has way more power. So usually we have a bit more power to get this stuff running. It should go a bit faster, hopefully. Let's. Okay, hot reload translation. So let's try that. So if we have that now in place, and if I have read that correctly, I have now to install the plugin for ARP files. Sounds good. Flutter Intro, yeah, do it. No, I don't want to restart. But what I can do now, if I change this here, change this with hot reload and save. Yes, that's amazing. That's cool. So we have now the possibility to change right away here the stuff. So change the trends. And with the update, we immediately have it here inside. Okay, so that's pretty cool, because with that we have the possibility to directly see our stuff. Newest version, I think emulator can run inside the Android Studio. Yeah, I think I have here that too. So settings, emulator. Let's check if there is an option. Emulator. Tools, launch in tool window. Okay, let's do that. Open. Enabling this setting will cause emulator to launch in a tool window. Otherwise, the emulator will launch as a standalone application, regardless of the setting. Okay. That's true, then I can also close that off. So The benefit of that would be that I can quickly hide it and show it. That would be perfect. Hey Deepak, nice to see you. The translation, what it is for, if you have multiple languages from your application, you can now create these art files, and thanks to the new generator of Flutter, you have the possibility to directly translate it in the right thing. So for example, in German, the title could be Flutter ist eine großartige Applikation. No, ein großartiges Framework. And if we translate that to English here, we can have the translation here, which is Flutter is an amazing framework. So this was my German text translation. All right, so let's see if I'm opening. I don't have a device now anymore. So let's start that up. Unable to load ADB. But it starts the AVD, okay. Ah, Windows is interesting. Okay, it's still outside of the emulator, unfortunately. Maybe I have to read a bit more, but Android emulator inside IntelliJ. Nice phrase. And lived after a long time. Yeah, maybe I have to restart. You're right. This guy can close off. Find action, AVD manager. I think that's something else. Okay. Anyhow, let's see if we get some solutions. Internationalization. I will also share this link. I think you have not, or I did not share it. Android 11, FVM, snack bars, dartpad, and here we go. So Flutter Gen, Dart tooling. I don't know why, but it's I think because it is inside of the git ignore file, the exclusion directory doesn't work like I expected it, or it always tries to re-exclude it, which is a bit annoying. On the other hand, I think it doesn't provide any benefit that we have it included, so we can also exclude it in the future. Okay. That's the phrase, this is working. We have the translation now here. No, I wanted to start it, but somehow I can't start anything anymore. Unable to load the ADB, but it starts up the application anyway. It's a bit weird. Start emulator in Android Studio. Embedded in Studio. This requires 4.1, we have that. We are excited to introduce if you experience issues. Yeah, I thought I have done that. I have activated that. Let's see, settings, search for Emulator launch in window, tool window. Launched in tool window. Tool. Where's the tool window anyway? Oh. But it's interesting that there is no device anymore connected. It looks like the Flutter Doctor has problems here. Ah, has there been a new version? No. Android Studio version 4.0. Okay. Alright, so it has some problems actually. Maybe I don't like the newest version. Huh, that's unlucky. Roll back to 4.1. We are on 4.1. That's really strange, right? So we are on the tools, and then we are on the... Oh no, you mean view tools. Window. View. Terminal, Flutter, appearance, toolbar, tool window bars, tool window emulator. I don't have that one. Interesting. I think he gets confused a bit about the old version. As you can see, it explains me that I'm having the Android Studio version 4.0, but actually I have 4.1. It seems that Flutter has there an internal problem with the Flutter Doctor. But that I can't start the device is a bit unlucky. The question is now why? It drives me crazy at the moment. Okay, so this is the point where we start to fix our IntelliJ rather than working on something else. So what I can try is I will get rid of... remove that, we don't need that. Back away. So we can try to start up IntelliJ. Maybe it understands, but IntelliJ don't have the AVD also. It seems that Flutter abandoned us as IntelliJ users. Not a Flutter dev problem, really? While the update, okay. It's also interesting that I get an error message if I'm running Android Studio. So what I will try is I will run Android Studio code, Android Studio with administration. So maybe he wants to write somewhere. No devices. And view tools. Ah, now it looks a bit more. Emulator, here we go. No emulators are currently running. To launch an emulator, use the ABD or run app while targeting it. Okay, so now we run, for example, this guy. The error message is not appearing anymore, so I think the to start it up with the administration rights was a good option. Close that off. See, indexing can take a while. Actually, yes, but you never know, right? But we can see it now here. Cool. So I'll make that a little smaller. Oh, that's beautiful. Then I don't have to always move it around. That could be as we stated that the update was the problem. So during the update we got some problem, like debug said, and now with the restart in administration mode we really got the device now running here. Okay, so we have it up here, that's fine. Now run the whole thing. It's also amazing that I can make it smaller and bigger and you always see the right size of the whole thing. I really like that. Database inspector, cool. That's also new, or? Deploy your app to a device running API or select debuggable process. Oh, cool. Oh, that will make a lot of stuff easier if this really works. And like, if this works with Hive database or something like that, it would be amazing. Yay. More things to allow for Android Studio. Oh really? That's also possible? Ooh. Pixel Launcher does not respond. Build Gradle, APK, go. Oh, sorry for the downtime. And syncing. Cool. So Flutter is an amazing framework, and so the only thing that I wanted actually to try is to change this and see the hot reload running. And I think we did that. Hot reload has been done, and now it works. Cool. So we learned a lot with that section now. So I will grab a cup of coffee and we'll be back in a second. But I'm pretty amazed with this localization stuff already. And the next part will be, where will we work on? I think that works now, right? There's nothing else that we have to... Localization override, okay, we can have this app localization everywhere with the context, that's good. Defining message catalog, okay, some more information. Include of special characters. Parameters, oh. That's cool. So we could have here some, like, I don't know, some variable, like username, like so. And now if I'm using title, hello, description, placeholder, then I can say which type it is, okay. And of course no underline, username. And then here inside we specify what a username is. So the type is string, and of course we should use the strings. Voila, now we have this username part, and I'm pretty sure if we go now to here, where we use that title, we have now to specify that somehow. And how does it work? Hello? Okay, so that's pretty easier to be honest. So that means we have this, we get that title and put the username inside, like, I don't know, liquid. And this seems not to be right. Because it has not built yet, I assume. No? Hello username. Hello description placeholders. The placeholder is missing. So here inside we have that placeholders. And this is an object that contains the username inside. Ah, now it works, yeah. It has to be first. Congratulations, 5,250. Thank you. Yeah, it was quite a success this month, I think, to create some videos, and they really were successful like crazy. Thank you so much for that. It's always great to have so much support here, and I'm very close to the next steps, and this is really cool. I really like it. I'm not sure about this new webcam thing. At the moment it looks pretty good, so I'm very happy with that. Also the colors behind and everything looks very fine. There's still some automatic stuff that I don't like. I have to work on that. Okay, so this works now, so I can change here like congratulations or 5,260. Cool. Let's make a K. All right. So this works very well. Translations. Is there also a plural? Because I know some people don't like that. So placeholders can be added a lot. So you can have multiple of them. And as you can see, you have them inside. Messages with numbers and currencies. Okay, so we can also format them. Oh, wow. So inside of here we can also format them directly. That's interesting. That shifts a lot of logic outside of the code actually and brings it into our part, so we can be a bit faster here. Value compact long, and it will look different. Cool. With dates, oh, even dates can be formatted immediately. From darts into a package. Nice. Ah, here plurals. No wombats, one wombat, two wombats, few wombats, and so on and so forth. With all its variations, so count plural equals 0, other. I know that this part here is very important for a lot of people. And it makes it very easy to do. So you can have plurals because in some languages you don't have any plural, and in other languages you have a lot of them. Nice. I really like this new part here. This is really amazing. The new internationalization is really good because a lot of people complained about the complexity, how it is hard to use the old translation stuff, and I think this will improve that a lot. Good, because I tried it myself and it was not that easy. Okay, welcome back, Mino. I will make a break, like 5 till 10 minutes, and we see us back in there. See ya. Oh, be right back. So, here I am, back again. And now I have to search something because I have prepared myself a meal and I don't know how it is called in English. So, translator. Let's see, I prepared Milchreis. That is Milchreis. Rice pudding? Okay. Yeah, sounds better. Wow. I hope you are okay with it that I'm eating in the meantime, because yeah, it's lunchtime for me. And we have still a lot to see around. Yeah, I want to try that with the daytime, just one last thing. So that means if we have, if I'm using, for example, datetime.now, and then toString most likely. Yeah. So now we don't convert it, right? And we can format that with this placeholder part. So if I go to that here and add this date part. FFS sync failure. Okay, so we cannot do that because I don't want to have a string, most likely. The title, date, time now. No issues. Perfect. Thank you, Minu. Sorry, Amish. How are you anyway? How's your app development going? Parameter type string. Okay, he expects a string. Date is a date time. Most likely because I have to close it completely off and start it again. Because this has completely changed, so it needs to understand that first. Now after the generation, maybe it's happier. No, still a problem. .utc. Parameter type string. It gets two parts, username and date. Aha. Okay, so we can also add the username. Wow, that's pretty cool, because now we can also have typed language here, so we know that this is the username, like Bob, and the date time. Start. You created an open source app, really? Can you share the link with us? Or on Twitter? And can I have a look? On which project? Did you work together with someone else or alone? And I have to do something about the setup of my stream. Let me check. I think I can put the chat on the left side somehow. Let's see. Can I move this chat to the left? Settings? Oh no, that's something else. No, it tries to navigate. That's a bit unlucky. Okay, so okay, so that will be the link. Interesting. I will take a look later. But now let's stick with the date time. And as you can see, it directly formats as we want. That's really cool. So with that, we can just change it here, like for example, YMMDD. And if I refresh, we don't see anything. Can I also add the dots, for example? Reloading. That would be dd.mm.y. Nope. Okay, so the format doesn't change that easily, I think. If the local were Russian, it will automatically change that. Interesting. I have an idea. I can check out this chat somehow and so. And then I can put that here. So. And then it's a bit easier to read for me. Yeah, way better. Hot restart, okay. Let's try that. No. So the date format seems to be a bit more complicated than this. Malformat messages? I don't know. Maybe I'm doing a mistake with the different date format possibilities. Let me check if I find the link, open link. YMD, what is else? YNNMD. Let's try this one. Ah, okay, so it also just changed. I just have to take the right one. If I do a mistake, it doesn't work. Which makes sense, which is fine. I think fair enough. Cool. And screenshots on Twitter. Okay, then let's go check out Twitter. I was anyway not the whole day on Twitter, so who knows what has been posted there. Free messages. Hamish. Nice. A lot of screenshots. So dark theme and light theme. I really like that. Well done. Cool. Okay, but the translation thing is really cool. So keep in mind that this translation changes a lot of stuff, so I will use that also for my applications now, because this looks like the cleanest approach ever. Way better than before. Okay, so let's go further. What do we have else in our 1.22 upgrade? So the characters package is now in place. That is only interesting if you use icons and so on. And I think for the internal stuff, it is very important for Unicode. Google Maps and WebView is now production ready. So let's check out Google Maps. We have it now on... Ah, this is not the real one, or? Is it? Google Maps Flutter is the real one. It's now on version 1.02, which is amazing. Let's like that package. Whoop, sehr well, voila. And let's implement that one. I think that's the first time that I use Google Maps, so I just want to try if everything works like we expect, or how I would expect it to work. At least it should be just a widget, hopefully. So this is Google Maps, of course, not like that. I heard from a lot of people that they had problems to include Google Maps, so I'm really curious if this has changed in the meantime. So let's check out the example. If Maps demo push page, blah blah blah, page scaffold list view with all the pages. Okay, so map UI page, map click page. Restart app. It shouldn't be a difference, right? It's just a package that is included. We have to write some code for it. So we have the page material app maps demo. Yep. So here in that example, we will find most likely different modes. Yep. Map UI. Let button, zoom, rotate. Okay, they have a lot of button stuff. Actually, I just want to have a minimal example. child is Google Map. So where is Google Map? Up here. So it's just the widget Google Map at the end. Okay. So if I'm going to the main theme and we have the dependencies. Now where comes this intel now from? Ah, the internationalization package runs the whole through. That's a bit unlucky because I need until to read the ARP files better, but I get disadvantage that this automatically generates some files for me. Anyway, let's keep it for now. Maybe read the email. Maybe you are right. That's sometimes the best option. Read the fucking manual. Get an API key. Alright, so I will do that off screen because I think this is something that I don't want to share with everyone. Console. Enable Google Map SDK for each platform, blah blah blah. Okay, so that's why it's a bit complicated. Yeah. Okay, no. I think without any preparation and then showing some keys, I think that's always a bit tricky on a live stream. But at the end, doesn't seem too complicated, right? The GMS service provide API key. Flutter delegate. Ah, you have to write some native code. Oh, cool. That's actually pretty interesting. Much complicated, really, that hard. So this sounds very easy, right? So in the application, you add this part. Ignore that for now. You go to the Android version. Let's read. Specify Android app source main. Source main. Android manifest. There should be. What do we have? The application, blah blah blah, and underneath of that we want to have the metadata. Like so. And there is the Geo API key. Yep, so it just requires the key that I can do off screen, I think. Should be easy. I think I have even one. So I put that on that side. And I'm quickly off screen. Hopefully that's fine. So what do we need actually? Go to developer console, choose the project that you want to enable Google Maps on. Select APIs, okay. So we are here, Maps Embedded API, Street Geolocation Directions, Maps SDK for Android. I think this is what we need, right? Let's enable that. Yeah, I can just show the console part, but as soon as we, or I can even deactivate the key afterwards, it's also no problem. Hopefully you will not be able to hack everything. So now we have the credentials for that. I'm pretty sure that we get here no API keys, correct? There's my never code part. Create credentials, API key. And here we go. I think that's it. Restrict key. No, that's too complicated for now. So let's Let's hope that you are not fast enough to hack myself, so that's alright, so keep it unrestricted for now. And then we go to the Android manifest. And I assume we have to change it here. And that should be it. So, and now we have that geolocation. But to add the app fingerprint, I think I have to create a SHA key, right? You can restrict an API key to a specific Android, providing a debug certificate fingerprint. Windows, okay. So for that we will execute this guy. Key tool is not there. Debug. Key tool is from Java, I think. Do I have installed Java? No, of course not. So key tool will be not installed without Java, I assume. Yeah, Java. Okay, so let's install Java. It's in. Well, on the other hand, let me check. I think IntelliJ comes usually with an installed Java version. So where's tools? Here. And there we have Toolbox, Apps, Android Studio, CH0. Wow. Java runtime. Does it have to be a JDK? Okay, if it has to be a JDK, I have to install it. Java JDK. That's a long time that I have been on this website. It actually has changed a little bit. Fantastic. Of course I reviewed everything from Oracle. I heard once that they sued... What is that? Do I really need an account on Oracle to get a Java version? Okay, let's try. Interesting, really interesting. But it's very good to see that my former employee didn't broke my my email address. Okay, so let's install some JDK. I hope it's okay for you that I'm doing all that stuff on the stream here with you together. I hopefully we have just to do it once, so Java, JDK. No underlines, I know that there have been some issues in former versions. My former employee, it was easy for you. I think they are happy if I make some advertisement. It's a consulting company. Tools, Java JDK, put it inside. It's not empty, yeah, I have to. This was fake, this is not JDK, this is the SDK. And now we create a Java JDK. No, this is this is the Java runtime, so JRE. And this is the development kit. Cool. Next. Holy rip, what the... Oh, is it? I think I broke the installation by renaming it while doing the installation. Ah, okay, so I think this guy was called the... Don't know what to do. It's called L1. Try to Java JDK. No, nope. So where is the JDK node OBS? Audio is cutting. Ah, yeah, it's a bit too silent maybe. Maybe this guy? Installer? Ah, finally. Thank you for that information. So try it again to install it new. Downloads JDK. So you see, I'm a very big Java fan. Okay, so Gradle W offers it, so I try that. Filter issue. Yeah, there is a little bit of a filter on it, but I like that more because else you hear every click that I'm doing. So I think we can do that, but on the other hand, I could also bring my microphone a bit closer. Like so, maybe? That should work. Okay, in my project, just what is the command? Run. Ah. But this black screen always come up if I'm going into the administration of Windows, and then it's popping up and I have to give the command. So Gradle. I think to get the Gradle running, I have to go into the Android project. And for that, open the Android module in a new window, please. And I think what we also can do here inside is there was the possibility to generate that somewhere. What is the name again? That is sign-in report. Is it really easily noticeable, the clicking? No, if I'm silent, it should be okay-ish. Yeah. So, view, click, navigate, code. That just downloads all the Gradle stuff now. What is the name? Sign-in report. Open your project, click on Gradle, click on refresh, click on your project, click on task, click on Android, double click sign in report. Okay. So here on the right side of this Android guy, Gradle, I think because it's still building, but after that, yeah, I think that makes sense to work with that. There is absolutely latency. I think you are right, 10 till 20 seconds behind at the moment. I forgot to remove it. Device other. Let's see where I can find it. I can run it on the terminal inside of the here inside, you mean? So you said Gradle W signing. Yeah, it asked me for a Java home. That makes a lot of sense. I think I broke my Oracle installation. But I'm pretty sure that... Nah, but this is just a Java runtime. Okay. So no other option, we have to somehow make it possible to deinstall this stupid Java stuff. I cannot. The problem is with the Java home. So even if I click on the part here, signing report somewhere, where can we find it? Here. So if I double click that, maybe it works because it's inside of, yeah, that works, okay. Because IntelliJ itself or Android Studio itself has Java SDK and JDK installed. So now we received that SHA key, and I think we can use this SHA key to secure our app. So if I'm going to the console again, where's my console? Ah, here. So Android app, restrict usage to Android, add your package name and SHA-1. So the package name was, you can find that also here. You got it. Sorry, Deepak, that I'm so slow today. You seem a bit disappointed. Android manifest. So where's the name? Dev Flutter reviewed this guy. Yep, and the SHA verification key is this guy. Done. Okay, and then we say restrict key. I think we don't really have to do that. This key can call any API yet, that sounds fair. Welcome back, Papadon. And this one is working, so we can copy this key. We have that already. I think we can close this guy here. And here we added this API key. Good. So that was a bit complicated, or more complicated than I thought, but we have now a Google API key, and it can be only called from our app, from that app that I have here. So iOS we don't have, both. So finally, and in our app we can create a completer Google Map controller. Okay, you can't understand it. Now the API key is ready. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. So what we have done in the meantime with that SHA key is, a SHA key is just a, how do you call that? It's a credential for your application that you created, and we restricted now that app, because our app is now signed, so with a yeah, with a file, and only if you access it with that file, you will automatically be allowed to use that application here. And this SHA key is just a very long number. And the package name specifies your package name that you have here. Still, we have somewhere a JRE installation. Okay, and the other thing is the API key itself. That is for the Google Maps integration that we want to use. You have two possible ways. Number one is if you have JDK installed, you just have to sign in your report. That is the command that that we have here. On a Mac, you can do it the same way because you have Open JDK installed. So what you have to do is open your, you have two options here. You can open your Android part in another Android studio, or you just execute the command that Deepak, I think, sent seconds ago. So this guy here. And if you execute that in your project, it will automatically sign in your report and you will get the code. So that's actually everything. I did that already, Deepak, but thank you. Okay. So we have defined that, and now what we can do is creating a completer. This is that. There are some camera positions, okay, and then they execute it on Google Map. So if we go to the main.dart, does it has to be a stateful widget? Yep, indeed. So switch that to a stateful one. So some stuff to import, the async package, we need the Google Maps package. So this is the latitude and longitude. Latitude and longitude, this is the position on the world with the zoom factor that we want to have. Here we have the camera position, okay. Some other numbers like tilt and zoom. And now what we can do is inside of our column, for example, children, we have Google Map. And the initial camera position will be Key Lake, most likely. And what is else here? Map type hybrid. Okay, bye bye Minu, good luck. The map type is hybrid. And what else can we set? Oh, it's big. It's very big. Key Googleplex. Oh no, this one is the initial camera perspective. Okay. Okay, and the last thing is with the controller. To the lake, okay, but the question is, why is it so big? Okay, fair enough. So it is here, but we cannot see it. So where's the problem? Sending unknown view, platform exception, okay. Illegal state, sending touch on an unknown view. Okay. I restart quickly the app just because it could be that the setting in API key is not already used. I've done Hamish. Sorry. The delay is really stressful, I think. Await controller future control animate camera. Okay. Still crashing, okay. I think that has nothing to do with OBS. I think that is a problem regarding to the Android Studio settings. So if you take a look here, down here you have the stream latency and you can only set it once per stream, and it is currently on normal latency, and that's why you are always a bit behind. Sorry. Was just an initial problem. If I had set it up in the beginning, it would work fine. Okay, so what do we have else here? Error metadata. Okay, unhandled exception. Error. API key not found. What? In the application element of Android manifest. Android manifest? Metadata. Google Android Geo API key value your API key. Ah, yeah, wait. Of course, this is the main one, but I think we also... No, it's correct. This is activity and it needs to be under application. Okay, maybe this is the problem. Maybe you had to not replace API key and metadata. No, API key sticks. I think it's just the value that changes. Multiple ARP files with the same EN locally detected. Ensure that there is exactly... Okay. Where is this coming from now? So get rid of this one. I think I have to remove the plugin. No Intel anymore. Plugins. Installed. Intel. No. Yeah, I checked right now the metadata. I hope this is clear, or this works now. But now we have the problem with the translation file, which is a bit weird. So let's remove that one. And let's remove once more the generated files. And hopefully it works now. And to make it more coherent, I will change the position width there. It was WSA warning? Okay. Yeah, but anyway, now it's clear. It's good if you remove the warnings as soon as possible. And if it is a problem with the plugin, then maybe we have to introduce or give in an issue to that plugin. IntelliJ Flutter Intel plugin. Is it the right one? Let's check. Yeah, so this is this guy, and usually they have down here an issue tracker. The question is if this plugin even wants to support the new way. Oh, look at that. We have our Google Maps implemented. Ooh. And if I click on Go to Lake, nice. Okay, so it was not too complicated, or creating the API key and started it up. Nice. What are the changes actually in the plugin? Because actually we want to check what does the new version bring, right? So bump to the minimal version of 1.22, and you don't have to add any more this allowance in the info plist for iOS. And it's getting removed from the README. Okay, fair enough. And what has done in the web view? Some issue fix, performance fix, video. Okay. It was not too complicated, thank you. But some of the stuff I never done, like for example signing key, or I've never done it with Gradle, so it was a very big help. Thank you for that. Now we have the app key, we have that stuff done. And let's remove the Google Map again, because the problem with it is just that it makes the app a little bit slow. Okay. So what is a web view? Web view is just the opener for URL or anything, right? So we can just show an URL inside. Start doc for more details. Yeah, showing HTML content. Initial URL, and that's it. Surface Android web view. As a dependency, you can now include a web view widget in your widget tree. Because I've never used it, I just want to try it out quickly. I think that should be even more easy than Google Maps. So we add that, we go here, and now if I'm going to the children and say web view, of course we have to get the dependencies again. And probably we want a sized box surrounding this web view. Here's the web view, fantastic. Wrap it in a sized box. Height of 300. And this web view has an initial URL, like for example, Flutter explained.codemagic. I don't know anymore. Flutter explained.codemagic app. Web view, really? Yes, it's possible, I think. No. Oh, there is no app anymore. So let's take the camera. So yeah, because we don't have that stuff anymore. What do you mean with really? Is it not used anymore, or do you don't like it, or what's the reason? Hybrid composition. Ah, okay. So that means if we want to use it inside with other widgets, I think, then we need this check here. So if the platform is Android, I mean, web views are getting used more and more. That's the interesting part. I don't know why, but some applications don't have the possibility to do everything, so they navigate to other sources. I know that from some companies that I'm working for, they even use iframes still, which I don't like. Loading, loading. Ooh, my internet connection needs to be very slowly. Or it has no internet access. The emulator is super fast. Okay, so internet access is there actually. Maybe YouTube is too heavy for him. Why is the emulator so slow? Multicore, cold boot, quick boot. Ooh. Maybe the next time I will work with an own device again, with an Android device. I think it would perform way better. Okay, but if we are ready with the web view, I think the next topic is the most interesting one, the Navigator 2.0. Which is actually not too heavy to understand, I think, what they have done. But let's see if I have understood it correctly. Okay, with HISE it works better. Yeah. Okay, as I said, not too complicated. Cool. Get rid of that. Make it again slow and easy, quick and easy. Remove this dependency. pub.get. And so let's try the navigator. So we have two screens. That is important, and we want to navigate between these two screens, right? So what I will do is create a file. So screen 1.dart. And the other one screen 2. And with that, I think we can reduce a little bit. What have we done here? There we have the scaffold, build method, everything. So I would say we remove the whole home page here. Yep. And we use just screen 1. This is a stateless widget now. Nope, not Cupertino. We want to get the material one. Child in the center. We have a child text widget. Screen 1. Okay, and the second one is also stateless widget. Screen 2, we import material again, have a child, which is a center widget, which has a child with a text. Screen 2. Good. Let's import screen 1. How to restart error? Okay, so there is still an issue. Yeah, of course, some imports we don't need anymore. Oh, and I think we should create a scaffold for that. Body. Same thing for here, scaffold with a body. Okay, so we have these two screens, and I think what we also need is here we need a column with a text, or let's use the outlined button with the child, which is the text. Navigate to screen 1. So this would be the old way, right? So we scaffold wasn't there, yeah. So this is screen 1 exactly, and we take the whole thing, and here we do the same. So we surround this text in a column, the button, navigate to screen 2. And I think we can remove the center widget and have the main axis alignment centered. Cross-axis alignment center. Because it's not pushed. Okay, cool. So we wrap that in a center widget. That's good. Okay, so we can press that button now and nothing happens, right? But we want to navigate now. So how does the Navigator 2.0 works actually? I think there was a very good example. Exactly, and the first part would be that we have an on-tabbed here inside. It's on-tabbed. Bar colors, yeah, so this one is a color list screen. This would be our screen 1, for example. And here's a color screen inside. Using the simplest style allows you to navigate between these two screens in a way that looks pretty easy. So we have a builder, color app state, color screen, color app state. Okay, this is the full screen. Okay. We'll push down a navigator, push, context, and material page route with the color screen. So we would have our color screen and then we would move to the other screen. That makes sense. This is what I would like to, or what I would do, right? We would have this here. So we here inside say something like, okay, we say navigator.push with the context, material page route, and the builder for it, which is material page route. The builder is a context to color screen, so screen 2. So this is now Navigator 1 style, I would like to say. Good, so we navigate and done. Still not looking good. So also here we remove that. Keep that center, same main axis alignment. Center. Good. And this one don't navigate, so we have also to add this part, navigator.push, into that second screen. And say we want to navigate to screen 1. So this is the old way of doing it. So how is the new way? The call of navigator push is all its need to push another page on top of the first one. And I remember that I made a mistake, a small one, because we wouldn't do this push on the second screen. What we would do is navigator.pop. So that we lose the second state, right? I think I make the font size here a bit bigger. Text style, font size 36. Oops. Not of the button, more of this guy. Yep. Good. So screen 1, screen 2. So creating a stack of 2 pages. However, unlike the list of containers creates a build method of the colors list screen, that stack is hidden from you. And because it's hidden, it's hard to manage for other scenarios, like handling deep linking with initial route provided by a native embedding. Or a URL from the web or intent from Android. It's also exceedingly difficult to manage nested routing between different arrangements of the same page. To make the stack of pages visible, here's an update example of navigating between the same color list screen and color screen. Okay, so in Navigator 2.0, it seems that we have here the color app state, so the main part, and we build a navigator, a material app navigator, and inside of here we have the 2 pages defined. And we have an if-else statement on which purpose something is visible. You can see and decide on every page in this list. But what happens if I cannot collect the color? Do I have then to say where it has to go? We create an empty selected color to indicate that no color has yet been selected, so it done actually. When the user selects a color, we call setState as normal to indicate to Flutter that you'd like the build method called again, which now creates a stack with color screen on top. Okay, so inside of the color screen, we would unselect the color. And with that, we would remove them. A unified model between navigation, Flutter is fixing a bunch of issues. Okay, so let's check out the article that that John Ryan has written. Navigator push to the detail screen. Exactly, so this is what I know. Named routes. Yeah, named routes was nearly the same, but we pushed namely correct. On generate routes, yeah. So we did that mostly. Okay. The Navigator 2.0 API adds new classes to the framework. Okay. Ability to pass routes from the underlying platform like web URLs. Here's an overview. Page, an immutable object used for the navigator's history stack. Okay. Router. List of pages to be displayed by the navigator. Usually this list of pages change based on the underlying platform. Learns about changes in app state and how it responds to them. With the router and router information. So we have the app state, request changes to the navigator to the route delegate. It rebuilds the router widget and obtains a newly configured navigator for the rebuild. Okay. The operating system. Initial route, new intent. Okay, so the operating system can just send information to the router delegate, while the router delegate talks with the router widget and gets stuff from router widget, and also talks with the app state and modifies based on the system notification. So if there comes something inside, the router delegate will change, but also the app state can change the router delegate. So when the platform emits a new route, the router information parser converts it into an abstract data type T. So what happens is now the operating system will change it to 2, then the router information provider sends it to the route information parser up here, which gets us a data type T that you define in your app. router that is set new route path method is called and must update the application state to reflect the change. So we don't have to switch to the master channel anymore because it's now live, right? Create a new Flutter application with web support. Okay, because you want to show the example by a web page. We can do that too, I think. It shouldn't be too hard. But I think Flutter config, then we maybe have to really switch to the master channel. Enable web. Yeah, so Flutter channel master. Or actually what we can do is he switching already? Let's check, cancel that. Flutter channel stable. Okay. I also cancel that because I have FVM installed and we can say use master. Of course I have to download it too, but at least with that we get the newest version of FVM. Now I just hope that it doesn't download the normal Flutter and after that it installs it also for FVM. That would be a bit unlucky. Oh, it looks like that. Because the file name looks different. So if we have that, Flutter. What I can do in the meantime while this is downloading is another round of keyboard. Just to get my fingers warm, because it's really cold in my room. Come on, faster. Okay. Oh my god. What? Did I do something wrong? Invalid. Uh-oh. Can't load kernel binary. And the problems. Not my day. What is using Flutter at the moment? Ah. What is wrong? Write errors. What? Permission denied. Okay. So what I've done is destroyed somehow the installation of Flutter in the meantime, and with that I couldn't use it anymore, so I had to reinstall it. Environment, settings, tools FVM, the path. So let's remove that one and change this one to new flutter/bin. Alright, Deepak, see you. Sorry that it was so much installation today. I made a... Enjoy the rest of your day. why does this FVM, now it works again. So FVM use, no, don't do it here, exit. So if I'm going here, FVM use stable, no master. So finally, so we have now the FVM folder, but there's no FVM inside. FVM install master. It's already installed, exactly. I think that was the bug that someone mentioned, that FVM is always closing down. CDD. Oh yeah, review. FVM use master. Requires to run in developer mode or as admin. Okay. PowerShell. FVM. Finally. So now, because this folder exists now in FVM, we copy the whole thing as a path and then move it. That's indexing the whole thing. I think we can exclude this guy. And inside of our settings, here, there we have the FVM and here the SDK. Ah, yeah. The first time on a new machine, that's always a hassle. You get always these problems. But it's interesting that the Flutter stuff is so unstable on Windows. It was way more stable on the Mac stuff, I had the feeling. At least I never got an error with kernel problems. So running pub upgrade, go, go, go. How are you doing today? What are you working on? In the meantime, we can read here a little bit further. So to make this exercise, we want to have that web support, okay. And then he creates books, book app, okay, with the init state, and these pages. Material page, where the key is something and the scaffold is created. So we have the same thing actually, where we create the first screen. And what I think is we could create, instead of screen 1, we would have like Let's call it also book app for us. I think that would be cool. Then we just create down here a stateless widget. And I would recommend that we follow along with the tutorial that we have here and then understand the different parts. So what happens if this books app is a stateful widget in that case? I think that will be interesting for the later parts, but not for now. So I will stick with a stateless widget and change if it's necessary. And then we have now in the home of the material, there is a material app, then this contains the, we have the materials app surrounding it. So what we could do is having here just the navigator directly. And this navigator gets now an argument pages where all our different pages will be inside. Yeah, and this is now a material page. Material page with key, with a value key of book list page, and child, that will be the screen 1 in our case. I follow some standard design patterns while developing production app like MVVM, MVC and any other. Yeah, sure. I use a lot of design patterns, especially if I'm working on things, but you are talking more about architecture design patterns or architectural patterns, and all of them are valid. So they have all their reasons. I think MVC makes a lot of sense. What I will try usually is be very strict with MVC actually. So we have like a view model, and the view model only has the view controller more or less, and this view controller combines the different models and has the logic. So this makes the app very easily testable for me for the production apps so far. Until now, that was a pretty good way to work there, so can't complain. So, but on the other hand, you will have sometimes a little bit more boilerplate, but because you can easier test this stuff, I really like that. Okay, so we have the value key and the scaffold. And on pop page. So this happens whenever a page is getting removed from this navigator. Not here. Here. And for Flutter, if you search for in pub.dev, for example, there you will find also a lot of these different parts that MVVM, for example, that allows you to implement these model view model principles easier and give you more information about that stuff. So you can have there a good look, and they help you how to implement them correctly and give you more information about that. Also, I think there are more like a model view controller here, but this is more boilerplate. I think there was also another one. Yeah. So, but if you search for design patterns in general, there are of course fantastic books around this topic, but I search actually for a specific from Martin Fowler. And I think he added there a lot of different guides and possibilities, so take a look there. Okay, so we have the material page with the value key and scaffold, and whatever happens inside there happens. So we have here a scaffold with all our stuff, and I think the second screen would be also like that. So what happens here? The navigator has the new page argument. If the list of page object changes, navigator updates the stack of routes to match. To see how it works, we will build an app that displays a list of books. Keep two pieces of state, a list of books and a selected book. selected book and show 404 and a list of books. Okay, so now we have a state. So we make this stateful app. Some kind of this. We need a class of book. And book has a title, an author, string title, string author, something. No, that's it. Okay, and now we need a const book. How was it? I can do something like final. Oh yeah, that was it. Easy as this. And now this should be green. Fantastic. Then in app state, return a navigator with a list of pages. In the app state. Okay, they put the books inside and on tab handle book tab. Okay, this is the callback function that we see. Hey Aravind, nice to see you. This one can be changed, right? So if we take the same approach, we call that book list. We pass inside some books, which is books. And the other thing would be a tab event, something that gives us the callback. To do handle navigation. So now these two don't exist because this guy is not state. Final books, final on tab. Create a constructor for that. And now this should be fine. It's getting not organized. That's interesting. So if this handle book tabbed, we select a book. Okay, makes sense. So we have the selected book, right? Now we have a void callback. We'll handle book selection. Set state. Selected book equals, I assume we get a selected book here. Good. And then this would be here. Yeah. Voila. Okay, so we receive a book, we select a book, and then down here we have the book list that we have already. Value changed object. Okay, so this is not a void callback, it's a value changed part. So that changed a little bit. Voila. And we can import the book. And book is a list of book. Just to make it more explicit, right? Good. These two are required. Okay, that's not so important for us at the moment. And now here we have a list view that contains a lot of books. Children is closed here, so that would be in screen 1. I think we have to rename that too. Book list. And here we would select everything inside of the container. Okay. So with that we have this coming. Since the app has two screens, a list of book and a screen show the details at the second detail page if a book is selected. So we moved the navigator one level higher, right? We make it more readable. We have now every page that we can display at one centralized place, and then by if-else commands we check if something happens, and then we push that on top of the list. So we don't... that is called with implicit declarative. So we don't really say anymore, hey you, move or add a new part on your stack. We say something like, okay, you have a stack of different views, and depending on what the state is, use the different pages. Interesting. Okay, so since the app has two screens, add a second detail page. Book list page. So if show 404, so if there is an error, we show an unknown screen, else we show the selected screen. So this will be in our main part, because we have down here this pages. I wonder if the order is important here, because I think we create here a stack, right? So whatever happens, the material page will come first, and after that the show 404. And the book detail screen is you. So detail screen. So no. And unknown screen is not there yet, so could just create that quickly. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Sang Yuan. Nice to see you around. Scaffold with a body. Center widget with a child of a column. Not really a center widget. I think we can just use the column widget here. With children, there's a text inside 404, and an icon. Just take any more error. So unknown screen. Okay. So, and import. So if show 404, which is just state of this app book state, book app state, depending on what we have here, the navigation will change. But what will happen if the error is false? Then we jump here inside, and if this is also false, we show the normal material page route, else... yeah, okay. So we have to handle really everything now from ourselves. Interesting. So here's a final book. Thank you for subscribing, Ahmed. Nice to see you. So created these. And now we have also our web finally. Oh. page is defined by value of the book object. This tells Navigator that the material page object is different from another when book object is different. Ah, this guy here. Okay, so the key defines that it is different. So every book is differently, and with that we say specifically that he should do something else here. So because of the value key, the Flutter framework knows to rebuild that stuff if it is the old one. So it could be if you use the same key here that it can't change the page because it thinks it is still the same book. Without you, the framework can't determine between different pages. If you prefer, you can also extend page to customize the behavior. For example, as a custom transition animation. Okay, so how does that work? Book details page, page route builder. Okay, the page route builder identifies most likely when a page has been popped or pushed. And then it starts rendering, and because of the curve tween that is used here, the animation has changed. So it is more that we have now a page builder inside here. Book detail screen. Ah, we surround now the children. So we would have another layer that just contains the animation. So that means if we want to have a customized animation for our pages, we could do it with that, and we would have then like a middle layer, so we would have surrounded our pages with this information, and then we can reuse our animations. Sounds valid. What I mean is, if we have, for example, this detail screen, we would use not here in the main, we use currently directly detail screen, but what we actually would do is we would surround that one with a book detail page, and this book detail page would be for another widget, book detail page, and this one would surround, would return a book detail screen. And how is it done here? I think with the page route builder. Would have here a page route builder surrounding a page route builder. That has most likely a builder itself. Context. And return something. Page builder is the name, okay. Context animation 1 and 2. Child book detailed screen. Ah, extends page. Thank you. You're right. This is this time not stateless widget, it's page. Class extends page with a final book because it needs to receive the book, of course. And what do? We also push the key to the next. So super key, value key. So we brought also the key down in this element, so we don't need the key up here anymore. Child book, I think we don't even need that anymore, so it would be just book detail page. And I think we can also remove the rest, right? It would be something like this. It needs the book, of course, so this would be selected book. Missing complete implementation of create route. Ah, this is not a build function anymore, this is create route in that case. Okay, so I have to take that stuff again. remove this. Create route, exactly. And we wouldn't throw, but we would return something. And that's it. And now we can have here animations or whatever we want, because this part will take care of that. So I would copy now that stuff here, just betweens and so on, but I don't have to recreate it. Position, drive, okay, that's just how it's generated. I think I can even copy that, like so. Okay. It's an error to provide a pages argument without also the onPop page. This function is called whenever Navigator pop is called. It should be used to update the state that determines the list of pages, and it must call did pop on the route to determine if the pop is succeeded. OnPop page. So this should be, this is that part here. We become the result and the route. So the result will contain most likely an object or a T. Anything that the pop will get back, so that we can use it here in that area. So if we pop, for example, a new book, then this part would be here in that result, I assume. The result is the value with which the route is to complete. Yeah. The value returned from a dialog, exactly. Cool. And this did pop has to be executed on route and contains the result. Why the result? Did complete. Okay. But now here in between we can do all the other stuff. For example, we can also update the state. So this did pop, we can select book equals to null, right? Nope, doesn't work. As a return type of, so we have to return this guy. If route did pop result not return false, update the list of pages by setting selected books to null. This says if, so we can check against that. So did pop check if something has happened. So for example, the main page, so this guy cannot be popped, because if we pop it, we would lose our navigator. So this is impossible. And if this returns false, we do nothing. But if this is true, then we remove the selected book with set state, of course. So set state, and then inside we remove that book. And return true, so we can return true here. We could also return here route did pop, because this would be true in that case. Using this notifies the framework to call the build method, which returns a list with a single page when selected book is null. We aren't able to handle the platform's back button and the browser URLs doesn't change as we navigate. Okay, but if I'm running this, oh, should be also here. So we have now our free books, and if I navigate and click on one, the page is crashing. Please must return a page object. Oh. Please set the settings. So inside of our page that we created ourselves, this guy, we forgot most likely something. The settings part is missing. Create page, this dip. So, settings is this. Okay. Much better. Okay, and navigator.pop works still the same as before. Good. Hey Mohammed, thank you so much. A coffee? Yeah, you're right. I'm getting empty slowly. How do you pronounce your last name? Goes? It's dangerous with something like that, so. Okay, so this is back with new energy now. Finally, it's an error to provide a pages argument. So this we have read already, we have that stuff done, and we navigate already. So this stuff is happening, right? The only problem that we see, the route, the URL is not changing. And another part, was that visible? I think if I repost that, yeah, works. Okay, so as it stands, this is it doesn't change as it navigates. Yeah, exactly. So these are the two problems that we have, and I think the back button also not works. So yeah, so the stack is not recognizing that something has changed. So far the app can show different pages, but it can't handle routes from the underlying platform. For example, if the user updates the URL in browser. This section shows how to implement the router information parser and router delegate. Sync with the browser's URL. Data types. The router information parser parses the route information. Define that first. Book route path. Parses the route information into a user-defined data type. So we will define that first. What do I see here? Book route path int ID is unknown. ID null is unknown false. Details, this ID is unknown. In this app, all of the routes in the app can be represented using a single class. Instead, you might choose to use different classes that implement a superclass or manage the route information in another way. Okay, so in a bigger part, we would have to create multiple classes for that. So let me check. That means we have a class book route path. So this is one separate path or multiple paths that we can create. So let's create a file, book route path dot class path. So this guy has now an ID and unknown. Now we recreate different possibilities, details and unknown, as well as is details page. Is homepage ID equals null. Okay, so if there is no ID, then we are on the home page. If there is an ID, then we are on the details page. And unknown is also possible somehow. So this file manages our different routings, I think. Okay, so router delegate. Add a class that extends router delegate. Okay, that gets these new paths that we created with change notifier. Okay. And pop navigator route delegate mixin. To handle also the reverse part, right? That we don't only want to navigate somewhere, we want to pop them too. Okay, what happens if I'm... what is the name? Router delegate. Book router delegate. And this is class book router delegate. And it extends the router delegate. Extends router delegate from type book router path. And it has the mixins inside with mixins of change notifier, as well as the pop navigator router pop navigator. This guy, book route path. Okay, sounds very easy, right? So now it's getting red because it needs some overwritten methods, right? This once is built, the second part is that, and the navigator key. As you see, if you implement them like here, like I did right now, you will see that we throw everywhere an unimplemented error. This just keeps us safe that we don't make a mistake and forget to implement the stuff. So it helps us very well to do something like that. Sorry. So, the build method. Okay, we don't have implemented it yet. The generic type defines the route delegate as book route path. That makes sense. Thank you for subscribing, Dali Fiala. Decided which page to show. Okay, makes sense. We will need to move some logic from the app state to the router delegate. Oh, that is very nice because I didn't like it that everything is in the app state. And create a global key. In this example, the app state is stored directly on the route delegate. The app state is stored directly on the router delegate. Okay, because the list of books is now living here inside and the state completely lives now in the book router delegate. Into another class. Okay, I will just copy that for now, but I don't really like that because that would become very hard to understand for anyone that the router delegate contains now state. And in our main, we can now remove these information because they are not used anymore here. And the navigator key is just a new global key. Excuse me. So that would be that part here. Good. And of course, we don't have any information anymore, but we will have that in a second, I assume. In order to show the correct path in the URL, we need to return a book route path based on the current state of the app. Current configuration if show 404. That is in the delegate now, right? Set new route path. I think that is that part. Or nav2 snippet 10. Book route path, get current configuration. No, this is inside of the path. No, cannot be. That is impossible. It has to be in the delegate, because here we have the information about the other stuff. But it's just a part that we have here. And now we would have the return book route path dot unknown. Else we return selected book equals to null, ternary operator, return the book route path of, if it is null, then we have it on home, else, no, sorry, home, else we return the book route path of details. And which ID? Most likely selected book dot, maybe just the title, don't know yet, we'll see. Remove the return, the selected book itself, but with books index off. Okay, so we get the list of books index off, and then we give the book inside that we have, so the selected book. So if we would have the state now in a separate class, this configuration, this part would get the would also be in that separated class. Good, good. Next, the build method in the router delegate needs to return a navigator. Okay, so the navigator is not set it anymore inside of the main class. It will be, or inside of the widget tree, it will be here. So it needs to return a navigator key, and then the different pages. Okay, so for that I could just take the navigator that I have here, set up, navigator. This time we need a key. Okay, that is the navigator key that comes from the delegate, so it needs to be specified somewhere from this delegate. Material page value, this is the same thing, so we have to import and import, and we will not handle anymore. So the book list, it will handle book tabbed. So that this is here means that we have to get also this information over. Just put that on the bottom before the getter. Handle the book tabbed, yep. Here's nothing changed, show book details, on pop change. We notify now the listener. It popped, this is the same, update the list of pages, select the book to null, and we say show for false and notify listener. Would be here inside. Of course notify listener, because we don't have a state anymore, or not a state like before. This can be imported. Yes, because we haven't changed notifier here, not a widget. Notifies its listener, the router which it is likewise notified. Navigator. Handle book tapped method also needs to use notify listener instead set state. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So this guy. When a new route has pushed to the application, router calls set new route path, which gives our app the opportunity to update the app state based on the changes on the router. New route has been pushed to the application, router calls set new route path. Okay. To update this app state based on the changes on the route. Okay, if the path is unknown, we set the selected book to null and we set show 4 to true, and then we return. Wow, but this... It sounds like a little bit too much code, but okay, I understand what they are trying to do here. Okay. So this set new route would have then something like if path. Where comes the path from? Ah, this is the path. Path dot is unknown. Then we set the two things, and we also return directly, which makes sense. Ah, yeah. So, but if it is details page and the ID is not inside of the range, then we show 404, else we return. Makes sense. So if we are in the range of the books, then we set the selected book to the where's the book coming from? Path.id. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Ah, and if it is not details page, then we return selected book is false. Null. And last but not least, we say yeah, so there's one missing return. Or the return value is missing after return. Return, just return, null. That's a weird error. Route information parser. Do I have to return a future void? But future void, so I should be able to do something like that. Interesting. That's a bit weird. The router provides a hook to parse incoming route information and convert it into a user-defined type, book route path. Book route information parser. The route information parser book route path parse route information, URI parse. So now we parse the URI that the user enters inside of the element on top. And with that, we want to return the different paths. Interesting. Handle the book ID, parse route information. Asynchronously URI, we parse the location. And then depending on the segments, if there is no segment behind, then we just show home. If there is a second segment, then we are on detailed screen. UI path segments 0 is not book. That's a lot of different parsing and stuff. Wow. To be honest, I hoped for something like an Angular router, so that it takes like whatever you push inside and you configure it once and it works, but now you really have to parse everything and you can make all the checks and so on, which gives you a lot of power, but also reduces the possibilities here. So I slowly understand what Remy Roslet has for problems with that package, or with that Navigator 2.0. Okay, let's see. So I would just take that one, book route information parser. Oh, and I have to change the music shortly, it's a bit too... better. Okay, so where have we been? We wanted to make this book route information parser. Inside of the lib we create a file, book route information parser. Okay, so we extend it by route information parser, which comes from material. We pass the URI route information. So this can be anything, right? Route information could be the URL, that could be something that comes from the device. Should only happen in the router widget takes these information and navigates accordingly. The latter case should only happen in web applications where the router reports route change back to the web engine. Okay. So we get the location. That should be the whole URI. So it's null. Then if it is 2 and the first part is not book, then we show unknown. Else we return the details with the ID, and if the ID is not in the range of the books, then it will fail and show us unknown again. And what is this part? Restore route information. If path is unknown, 404 is home, we show this, and is details page is this. The offending widget is book. Okay, yeah, there's problems at the moment, of course. It's specific to this app, not a general route parsing solution. More on that later. A general route parsing solution. Okay, maybe this is still possible, what I told you beforehand. To use this new class, we use the material app router constructor and pass in our custom implementation. Ah, okay, it's now part of the material app. So inside of our main, we would remove that book app state and the book app itself. And here we would have the .router. And they don't exist. Oh, we still would use the books. material app router. Yep. And these two guys are living here. Ah, but did they? Okay, so we need. Wait, but this is just an app state, right? So what I could do is I could do and make this guy state full, and then we would have this part with the router. Add these two. Ah, yeah. Okay, so now it navigates, and the benefit is I can change it here. Of course, I don't show the book at the moment, but if we would do that in the detail screen, like the detail screen here, this receives now a book, and if I would show instead of screen 2 just text here, like book.title. Yep. And if I switch to foundation, Fahrenheit, and the good thing is I can change it now here too. And we have the back button. Okay. Running the example in Chrome now shows the URL. But how does it work with the default part? This is now Chrome, fine, but how about let's start this Android device? It should do the same exactly, because we don't use actually the routing stuff and we just would execute as normal, I would say, from my gut feeling. So it would use these delegates, it would use that, but it wouldn't use these parser here. On the other hand, we have this back button. What happens with that? Is it then running here inside? Maybe it internally handles this URI path in any way. The location of the application. The string is usually in a format multiple string. It is equivalent to the URL in the web application. Yeah, so it seems that internally it contains in a way the location. So the phone device shouldn't be a difference. Okay, so it works exactly the same. Interesting. Of course, I cannot change now something in the URL, but it works easily. If it is okay for you, I will close the emulator here and we'll work more with the Chrome part because it's faster. Performance is way better at the moment. Doesn't use so much resources. So you can provide a custom implementation of transition delegate that customizes how routes appear on or are removed from the screen. Okay, this transition delegate is now something like the... Beforehand we had this page part, right? That is now removed, I assume. So let's make that a bit bigger. We use this detail screen with that page somewhere. So where's the page? No. This is the book, this is the delegate. Book list. Ah, we added that down here in the main, I think. Yeah, so here we have the book detail page. And this is not used anymore, right? So if I look here in that delegate, book detail page, it still uses that book detail page. Okay, so it is different. This page is still used, so that means if this happens, this navigation should be taken care of. Can we test that? Curve tween, curve tween. Can I set a duration? Slide transition. There's also no duration. Animation dot drive. So it should take now 3 seconds to switch between the two. No, doesn't do it. Okay, transition delegate. Provide a custom transition to a navigator that defines the desired behavior. Child navigator, okay. This can be closed. And inside of the route parser, the path that delegates. So here's the navigator. And the comment was now we can add here a transition delegate. No. Ja, Hans Muller. It goes through all the objects in new page route. Hey Ayush, nice to see you. Hope you are well. Do we have predefined transition delegates? Default transition delegate? And then this navigator gets a trim. Yeah, but now I have to change that again to a material page, right? Key, value key, detail page, child. This requires a book, which is selected book. Book details screen. Key and book. Key. Something is wrong with these animations. I think the Navigator 2.0 destroyed our navigation at the moment. Book list screen, book details screen, and where's the page? Book details page. Settings this. Really happy with that at the moment. So let's switch that back. We have this part. And in the delegate we use this guy. Invalid member or null title. Invalid title or null. How can that be null? The book is null. Book is book. It comes from the parents, so this guy. Sure. Maybe there is transition in Chrome, but that doesn't sound right. You can provide a custom implementation of transition delegated. Customize how routes appear on or removed from the screen when a list of pages changes. Read on, but if you are happy with default behavior, you can skip this. But the default behavior is not immediately. You don't hear the music anymore. Good question. Should be there. It's a bit crazy music at the moment, so maybe it's a good time to change. Yeah, I want to learn this navigator stuff, but somehow it doesn't make it very easy for me, unfortunately. Transition. So this handle book selection, book route, get current note, this has nothing to do with it. In that main, we had this book details page where we create the route and had the possibility to change your stuff. Currently we use just a builder, but Why do we use only a builder? Because we have here just a material page route, not a page builder. It should be higher. Don't know. Let me check. For me, it's just 360. So should maybe check it on YouTube itself. Yeah, it seems no 720. That's interesting. Okay, also to fix in the next stream. So, but back to here. So we have this transition to delegate. Is there... I mean, if I have to write all of that stuff, it looks a bit too much. So this is the no animation, but is there also like a nice animation delegate? How pages added from Navigator pages? Routes on off. I mean, to make route transitions decisions, subclasses must implement resolve. But still, I thought that the default behavior should directly work. So if I have this transition delegate and I just take that away, that's enough. I'm glad that you said that. It is very way resource safe for my computer. More stuff for Android Studio. Okay, now nothing is working. Ah, okay. Just takes a while. Navigator 2.0 transition. Oops. Flutter, of course. Page route builder, okay. Create tween, curved and combined to to create a route, and page route builder has two callbacks. Okay, this is the part that I had in the main function before in the page part. I'll roll a bit back. Exactly, I get that stuff. So we have the transition, we have the page builder, and there's also a transition builder. A1, A2. And this transition builder between, blah blah blah. Let's do it at the end. Ah, did I use the wrong one? That could be. Okay, let me check if I would use this guy rather than the page builder. Now it's getting red. The argument type slide transition function can't be assigned to parameter widget function. So we return a slight transition, but he wants to have an page route builder. Build context, animation double widget. So this would be a child or widget itself. Sorry, Mohit. Today is not your day to be finished with this stream. I want to finish at least this guy. I want to understand right now why it doesn't work. This would be enough to finish that stream off, but somehow I can't find the problem. The method book details page isn't defined for the class book router delegate. You complain. Okay, so book detail page. You don't get a book because you get a book, but not like that. You get selected book. You should be fine. This opens up this guy. It has a transition builder now and a page builder. Just ignoring it. Page route builder. Book detail page. Take some rest. Yeah, maybe this is a good idea. So most likely we will continue with that stream, and I'm working a bit more on the Navigator 2.0. We'll identify why this stuff didn't work. It's a bit annoying that this page route builder didn't work with the transition duration. But I think for today it's really good enough. 5 hours, 15 minutes. It's something new. It was quite challenging, quite successful, I think. Please let me know what I can improve, as always, right? And if you have any questions, and I hope I can help you with them, let me know. And yeah, thanks for watching. Until the next time, Friday, most likely. See ya. It's amazing with that community, really. It makes so much fun. I cannot stop to live stream.